Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 star.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación del español para español municipal. Marque el número 100. Se ofrecen
All right, Councilmember Madera, would you mind reading that slide for everybody?
Sure. Habrá interpretación disponible en español en vivo por teléfono. Llame al 720-386-9023 y ingrese el código de conferencia 104091 estrella.
Thank you, sir. City Clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. This time I will call the meeting to order. Ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Madera.
Present.
Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Noble. Councilmember Hurst. Councilmember Kim. Councilmember Ford. Councilmember Douglas. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Mayor Pro Tem.
Make a motion, excuse the member not present.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. This time, I'd like to invite everybody present and remotely to join me in a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance and pay special attention to the victims of the senseless violence that occurred in Colorado Springs this weekend, and for the families of the survivors and the victims and everybody else that's been affected by that tragedy. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, before we move into citizen communications, anybody on council have a motion they wish to make? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I believe shortly we will be having residents come into the audience, and I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda and move administrative council business to follow citizen communication.
I have a motion to amend the agenda to hold an administrative council business following citizen communication. Is there a second? Councilmember Kim?
I second that.
I have a motion and a second to amend the agenda to hold a administrative council business following citizen communication. Is there any discussion?
May I ask for clarification, please? Are you moving the entirety of administrative business, or did you say hold a administrative business item? I was confused whether you're moving the whole item from later in the agenda, or just having an additional item that you're adding.
It can be the whole thing if everyone
Okay,
else is
thank you.
okay with that.
All right. Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Administrative council business will now take place after citizen communication. All right, all public comment will occur during citizen communication except for public hearings. Persons who registered to speak under multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. City Council is not able to hear any comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may come before council. Please reserve your comments for the appropriate public hearing. As a reminder, we take your comments seriously, but do not generally respond to comments until administrative council business, which will take place now after citizen communication, so we'll move on from that. Right now, I don't have any registered speakers for virtual speakers, so we'll move to in-place or in-person speakers. And we have one individual who has signed up to speak, and that is Michelle Crean.
Hello, I'm back for my third time in the last 2 months to talk about the parking and traffic problems from Landmark Academy. The officers from Commerce City have attempted to patrol the area a little bit, and I think they've even given out a couple of tickets. But when they're not there, when the people don't see the cops there, they park across our driveway, and they block our street. So unless anyone is babysitting the parents picking up their kids at the school, it keeps happening. The city let the school be built with no bus service and a tiny parking lot. This is my third time talking about that. It's also a safety problem. On a regular basis, I see kids run across the street to their parents' car at the same time cars are roaring up our street. Somebody's child is going to get hit. It's a safety problem. It's a peaceful enjoyment of our property problem. It's an ability to get in and out of our driveway problem. And I would like to ask what the next step is for myself and the members of my community around Landmark Academy that have signed the petition. We wanted to get a parking lot built right up against the school in that empty field. It turns out the city owns that field. I don't know what the next step is. So I'm asking the city what the next step is.
I'll take that as cue to try to answer the ma'am's question. So with respect to the existing approvals that we have for Landmark Academy, I do believe that there's been some ongoing discussion with the school district and if they want to engage on purchasing that property to look at additional improvements. We do not have the ability to force in effect that additional parking lot unless the school district so chooses.
Didn't they file a traffic plan when they built the school because they're not following it?
They would have been required to submit either a traffic conformity letter or a traffic plan dependent upon when that original document was submitted. Our staff would have to speak to that, but depending upon that traffic study and if there was any, I would call actions that are not in compliance or compliant with that
I would
traffic
say
study.
parking across our driveway is not being in compliance.
So traffic study is going to look more at your average daily trips, going to look at the flow of traffic on and off the site, cues of that, ma'am.
That school was built in 2007. Since that time, 27J has gone to 4-day schools, except for that one. That one is still a 5-day school. The traffic is worse because people have been putting their kids in that school so they can still have 5-day school. We deal with between 200 and 400 cars a week, and that's a guess. I'd be willing to bet if somebody went out there and counted, it's more than that. These parents have gotten letters from the school asking them to not do that, but unless the officers who have graciously come over and written a couple of tickets, unless they're there, they do what they want anyway. So this is a problem that was created by the insertion of that school into this neighborhood with too small of a parking lot. So
So what I would recommend, ma'am, and I appreciate your position and concerns and issues. Obviously, my team and my staff have not taken it lightly. We do have a process within the Land Development Code if we have anything to call into question about the approvals that we then have to go and examine. And I believe Mr. Tolbert in Community Development, plus with Mr. Wilson, Mr. Poe in Public Works have engaged and have shared that with you and will continue. If not, then I would
I've
say,
spoken with Mr. Tolbert.
if
I
I would,
spoke
s-
with him on the telephone.
yes, ma'am, I would say, continue to engage with them because through that process, there's certain
There
matters.
has to be a recourse for the residents, right?
So that goes back through our process within the Land Development Code for revocation of permits. If they're showing any default with the information, when I mean default, if they're not in compliance with their land, with their approvals, or not in compliance with their traffic study, or if there's something that warrants further evaluation, there's a process that has to be enacted.
Okay, so when will we, the people who signed the petition, when will we hear about something, anything?
I will have to get with my team, ma'am, to see how quickly they can turn that around, have a conversation, but once again, we're gonna have to run a process.
Okay. I guess that's it.
Councilmember Ford, you had questions for our speaker?
Just a comment, ma'am? Yeah, we can comment. One of the problems, and I've noticed this with about every school that's built, the school districts do not have to comply with our parking standards. They're immune to our parking
This
standards.
school doesn't have a bus service.
Okay, but parking standards in general, for parking, they don't have.
My driveway isn't parking, though.
No, I'm not, I'm talking about their parking on their property. And so they're a separate government entity. I would love to see more parking and alleviate your problem. If there are cars parked on the street in front of your driveway, that is a Commerce City Police issue.
And you do not have enough officers to patrol that. So it becomes a problem for the residents. Now, I could create a PowerPoint display of hundreds of photographs going back several years at the end of my driveway, and they're dated. They're on my phone.
No, I believe
And
it.
I can create them where they're parking across our driveway and in our driveway. They use our driveway and every other person's driveway around that school as their own personal parking lot. So as a resident, if the cops can't be there babysitting these people all the time, what recourse do we have but to bring it to the city?
No, you're at the right place.
So everybody's saying, that's it?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm hoping that our team can work with the school district to figure out a
The
policy to
school- As
keep
soon as
people
it's
out of
about
your.
money, about that parking lot, as soon as it's about money, the school's going to say no.
I
And it's a
hope not.
charter school.
And they still fall under 27J.
Right,
rules.
that's what I'm being told. They sort of have a foot in each
Right.
camp.
But thank you for coming in. I'm sympathetic to your issues, and I'm hoping our team can come up with an answer.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Noble? Ma'am?
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming back again. There are some obvious things with regards to a traffic study that need to be addressed. There are signs along 106 right beside the school that say no parking, no stopping. So, and people do that anyway.
It's up against the school, right? Those signs are around
Right
the
there
school?
by the,
But they haven't
and
given
those
us
are not
residents.
school signs, if I can, I'm trying to help here.
Okay,
These are school sign, not school signs, these are city signs regarding parking. The other alternative that I would like the city to take a look at is a parking district for that street in particular.
For
The
Nucleus?
street that this resident lives on and 106 are particularly inundated, so that's Nucleus and 106.
I would call it invaded.
Pardon me?
I would call it invaded 9 months out of the year.
Okay. There is, the problem is that there is an ingress egress issue for this particular school because there's not a big street that comes into Landmark. There's only a residential street that allows maybe a car and a half. You really kind of have to stop in order for someone to pass on the other side. So I do think that there's more that can be done, that needs to be looked at.
And I feel
because-
bad that it's a police officer problem because they don't have enough people to do that every day.
Well,
You know what I mean?
and there are issues throughout Commerce City that we deal with that also. And, because law enforcement
I mean,
needs,
as a resident, there should be something we can do, as residents, we can do
I think,
that isn't,
Mr. Rogers is going to take a look at this with his team, and I'm just adding more items that I think I have seen, I've witnessed it myself, right?
Right.
I live a block away from you, so I
Right.
have witnessed it. I don't have the same inundation that you do. I know you do. I
You've
just want
seen
to
it.
acknowledge that you
Yeah.
do, and so does 106.
Okay,
Okay? So I'm sure that we will take another step here.
okay.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Kim?
Anyone else?
Hi, ma'am. Just a quick question. I just need clarity question. So I'm looking at the map here. I know Councilmember Noble mentioned 106th Place, but is it on the Memphis side you're seeing more of it, or
No,
105th?
I live at 100, I live at, on Nucleus Street, and my house is literally almost right across from where I think it's 106th Way.
Right.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Dumps onto Nucleus Street. And the problem is, because I live at that T-junction,
Yeah.
oh my God, it's a traffic jam every day. Not including the people parking at the end of our driveway. I'm just talking about people trying to come from 3 different directions. Every day between 3:15 and 3:45, you cannot get out of my house or down my street at all.
Copy that. All right. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor Huesman. So I just wanted to thank you for coming forward as many times as you have, because,
It's not just me, it's the other residents.
yes, but it seems you have taken on a leadership role in behalf of your neighbors. So I wanted to say thank you for doing that.
I just hope we can
because
find
You
a
live
sol-
here and we serve you, so
I hope we can find a solution, because the cops babysitting the parents is not a solution. It's just temporary.
absolutely, we'll have to figure something out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ma'am, one last question. Ma'am, one last question.
Sorry.
I appreciate you coming in. There are a few things that frustrate me more than having a resident continue to come in here and complain about the same issue and the fact that it's never getting resolved. And I appreciate, and
Your officers have tried.
I appreciate that. My question, though, is have you gone to the school board and sat in one of their meetings and addressed the school board?
I
about
have
this?
not, because the city owned the parking, on the original petition that I went around and talked to my neighbors about, we had the solution of, because there's an empty field right next to the school. So the solution was to provide the parents with enough parking, because that charter school was built with a teeny tiny parking lot. Mostly that's filled with staff cars, their staff. So our solution was for the parents and the cops and the residents and everybody to have enough parking for the school in the empty field that's right up against the school. We knew that we found out that the city owns the property. So that becomes a city property issue. I have not talked to I've talked to the principal of the school. She, like her predecessor a couple of years ago, sent out a letter to the parents asking them not to do this.
Yeah.
They don't really respond to that. So I have not taken it to the school board, no.
The issue, in my opinion, having sat in that parking lot numerous times picking up a child, is not the fact that the parking lot is so small. Because the way it works with the little serpentine going in, dropping
Yeah.
people off, picking people off, people don't want to wait in that little serpentine to come by
Right,
and get
so
their
they'd rather
kid.
inconvenience
So instead, they
us.
inconvenience other people.
Exactly.
Exactly. So the initial gut check reaction is talk to the school board and get them to leverage the relationship they have with their charter school to affect change in how pickup and drop-off is being done so that the cars aren't being parked out there. Because I witnessed the entire thing whenever our daughter was a student there. Ma'am,
okay.
it's going to help us a lot more if you allow us to talk instead of continually interrupting whenever we want to talk,
Sorry.
okay? So,
Sorry.
talking to the school district and providing them the opportunity to leverage their relationship they have with their charter school to change how the pickup and drop-off is going to be a much quicker action than any action that this city council can take to build a parking lot, deed land over to the school district, or anything along that line. They are a wholly separate government entity of their own making, and they have the ability to affect change. And so, as much as I appreciate you coming in and talking to our staff and trying to come up with a solution we can do on that, the quickest thing you can do is go talk to the school board and ask them to leverage that relationship to change how pickup and drop-off is done so that people aren't feeling like they have to go park on the street. It solely comes down to people don't want to sit in the Serpentine. I never wanted to sit in the Serpentine either. That's why I stayed at work all day instead of coming home and getting my daughter. I'm a horrible parent. I just said it. It is what it is. So please, talk to the school board, go to one of their meetings, and express your displeasure with them at the same time.
Can I
At the
speak?
same time, our staff will continue to leverage what we can to come up with the solution that is long-term and permanent. But you're only fighting half the dragon here. You need to start fighting the other head of the dragon, and that's the school board themselves.
I can go and talk to the school board. The Serpentine is the only option because there isn't enough parking. So even though they don't want to be inconvenienced, they'd rather inconvenience us. No one is stopping these people from parking at the ends of our driveways.
Okay.
So I'll go talk to the school board, but I doubt that's going to change much.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate
Thank
your time this evening. All right, that is the only individual we had for citizen communication this evening. So we're going to move on to administrative council business. Did you sign up? What's that? Well, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Demana. My address is 15529 East 101st Way, Commerce City, of course. I'm here this evening to express my extreme concern over the proposal for the apartment buildings.
Whoa, stop. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I got to pause you right there.
Okay.
Okay. City council cannot at this time hear any case or any comments on any land use cases that are before or may come for the city council. This isn't the appropriate time to make your comments. If this is going to come before the city council and we have a public hearing, that's the time for you to come forward and have those comments.
Okay. How do I go about receiving this information, sir?
What's that?
How do I go about being informed of this information so I can speak up?
I'll direct you back to Mr. Tolbert, who is sitting over there, and you can express which case it is that you're concerned about and make sure that he informs you or one member of his staff informs you if comments are going to be had at a public hearing.
Thank you. I apologize for my ignorance.
No,
with all
no
this.
worries, you're fine, thank you. Any other citizen communication? All right, we're gonna move on to administrative council business. First up is the appointment of council members to boards and commissions and committees. Due to the resignation of Councilmember Grimes, there are a number of vacancies on our boards, commissions, and committees. Current list of vacancies on the boards and commissions and the meeting date and times and locations were included in the packet. This time, I'm looking to see if council members are interested in serving on the boards to fill those vacancies. I will go through the list that I have and look for a volunteer. I'm looking for an alternate for the Derby Review Board. Councilmember Kim.
Put myself on there, please.
All right. Looking for an alternate for the Police Pension Board. Councilmember Kim.
Put me on there as well, please.
All right. Looks like those are the only two that are showing up as having vacancies. Have I missed something, City Clerk's office?
Yes, sir. Underneath other boards and committees, it looks like there is Adams 14 Foundation, 27J Educational Foundation, Commerce City Business.
Okay, I got to scroll further. Okay, Adams 14 Foundation. Looking for a volunteer for the Adams 14 Foundation. Councilmember Kim.
Since I'm the new guy, sure, I'll take that one too.
Great. And can I assume you're also going to take the 27J Education Foundation?
Yes, I could do that one.
Perfect. And lastly, we have the Commerce City Business and Professional Association.
No can do.
Nope. All right, looking for a volunteer. Councilmember Ford?
Not volunteering, but I believe Commerce City Business Professional Association is no longer. Is that correct? And Megan also was on Rotary, so we're going to have to fill her seat on Rotary.
All right, we'll hold off on the CCBPA pending determination whether or not that still exists. And let's see here, do have a Rotary opening volunteer for Rotary? Anybody? Rotary? All right. Sand Creek Regional Greenway Board of Directors, alternate or member two? It's a member two.
It's all the middle of the day ones.
All right, we'll leave that one vacant. The Friends of the Front Range Wildlife Refuge. Need member two for that one. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll accept that one.
All right.
Mayor Huseman?
Yes.
It looks like we are also going to need somebody for the Board and Commission Committee, and then the Policy and Governance Committee.
All right. Board and Commission Committee? Don't all volunteer at once.
Can't get my,
Councilmember Douglas, thank you. We'll take you on the Board and
I'll
Commission.
take that on.
What's that?
I'll take that one on.
All right, Governance and Policy Committee?
I will take that one on as well if
All
no
right,
one else wants
thank
it.
you very much. You have all these written down?
I believe Councilmember Douglas is already on the Policy
Yeah,
and
oh,
Governance
that's right, I
Committee.
am.
All right.
Sorry
Now
about
you
that.
get 2 votes. All right.
I don't think that's how it works.
Oh. All right, we need a. What?
If I'm already on it, I don't have to say anything, right?
No, you don't.
Okay.
All right, so we need a Policy and Governance Committee person. All right, we'll leave that one for now. You have everything? Councilmember Kim?
Is there one needed for the Housing Authority as an alternate? You're the alternate? Okay.
Second, Mayor. Dare not applicable. No, it looks like there is already Councilmember Madera as the regular Housing Authority member, and then Douglas as the alternate. Councilmember Douglas, I'm sorry. No, that's what I was just asking. Mayor, yeah, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, the vacancy on policy and governance was a request that had specifically come up to the city manager's office and up to my office as well. So it was the hope, I know of at least one or 2 council members that you did identify that third person for that position. It sounds like if you don't have someone to do that, that's the way it is. But I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that it was something that had been initiated by a member from the dais.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll go ahead and accept that.
Mr. Rogers?
We have received verbal word about the CCBPA being no longer formed, so they have terminated, so.
Okay. Thanks, sir. All right, do we have everything you need, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, sir.
You have everybody written down for each board and commission?
Yes, sir.
All right, looking for Councilmember Noble?
Did you get someone for Rocky Mountain Partnership?
Nope, it looks like we still need to fill Rocky Mountain.
Okay, I'm willing to do that.
Perfect. Looking for a motion and a second to accept the new boards and commission committee assignments as outlined in this meeting. Councilmember Noble?
Sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
Councilmember Dare?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to accept the appointment of council members to boards and commissions and committees as outlined in this meeting. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. All right, per council policy, except for emergency or unforeseen items, council members are encouraged to submit administrative business items by the Tuesday before the meeting with another council member's endorsement. Any council members have administrative business items of an emergency or unforeseen circumstance? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. After attending last Saturday's meeting at Eagle Point Recreation Center with United New Economy and hearing the member report and resident testimonies, I would like to make a motion to direct staff to draft an ordinance to create a proactive inspection and licensing program similar to the city of other Denver metro areas that protect the rights and living conditions of renters here in Commerce City as soon as possible, and if possible, by the next study session. Thank you.
All right, I have a motion to direct staff to prepare an ordinance that would create a rental inspection program in the city of Commerce City. Is there a second? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second directing staff to prepare that ordinance. Mr. Hayter?
Is what I'm hearing, you're looking for a complete regulatory scheme as well as staff, FTEs, budget, to regulate rental properties, and is that what I'm hearing basically?
Well, I'd like information similar that what was just passed in Denver to be a possible presentation in a study session to implement something similar in Commerce City to protect the residents that live in Commerce City.
Okay, so I guess where my confusion is, if you're directing a draft ordinance in that timeframe, it's not a practical direction, I think, for the city attorney's office, even if we hired someone based on the needs we'd have to do. Because not only is it about identifying the law and the means to do this, even if we modeled it on a neighboring community, but the picture also has to involve a budget for inspectors, training, it'd be a whole compliance regime that we're talking about as well, not just simply passing an ordinance.
Okay, well, how long did it pass for us to draft something similar to Denver's homeless ordinance, and how much time is needed then? Because I just want something in writing to, to start protecting the residents, not including so much FTE, but what can we do? And also another question, can the staff consult with United New Economy as well?
I don't know what you're referring to with your second question, but with regard to your first, I don't know exactly what Denver has rolled out. I don't know if we have the resources to apply a similar regulatory scheme here. It's not something that we've looked at. So I think more than anything, what I'd like to do is possibly just to temper the expectations if this is a motion that's carried, because this seems like a larger project rather than simply drafting of an ordinance.
Okay. Well, I would like my motion to stay as stated.
Okay.
And I would like to know when this can be done, then what is an adequate time frame to come back to the mayor and council with some information?
Yeah, it's not something I can even answer at this time without doing some preliminary research.
Well, I asked, and how long did it take to get the Denver homeless drafted? Since we did the same thing for our homeless, similar to Denver, so what's the?
Well, so there was a little different situation there because we had Denver, but we also based our ordinance on what Aurora had done. And we had the benefit of a lot of after we had a lot of delays just on bandwidth. And then after we were able to eventually get to it, it was rather simple. But of course, there's still the policy implementation part of that has to happen that we're still, at least in my office, still working in consultation with city manager's office to help route that policy aspect of that. That being said, again, it's, without the benefit of legal opinions, without the benefit of a structure that is similar to our own, in other words, not only with a similar form of government, but similar enforcement mechanisms, I could not give you an intelligent answer on what the timeframe would be to do something for this.
Okay, well, maybe our city manager can, like an approximate month then when this can come back before the mayor and council.
I understand, but I wanted to speak up because you were directing that an ordinance be drafted. So it's something that's, obviously the city attorney's office is going to be heavily involved in. But thank you for hearing me out.
To echo the city attorney's comments, this is a very complex matter, one that will require a lot of various touch points, obviously from a legal perspective, but also back in our community to make sure that we're hitting the mark on some of the issues and concerns that were raised. I think what might be more prudent and more practical is that our next study session is going to be December 12th. I believe at that point in time, we can bring forward a general outline of how we'd want to be able to accomplish bringing something back as a discussion, whether that's a continuation of the policy, a determination on the construction of an ordinance. But I would say that was probably the most practical timeframe in which we'll have a little bit more confidence on where we stand and how to be able to get that project to the goal line as you stated. So I would say we can have that by December 12th, and I would feel more confident where we will be at with being able to share it at that time.
Okay, so it will be on the agenda for the December 12th study session?
And what I just want to be clear that we will put on the December 12th is an outline of a timeline on where we think we can hit those various milestones. Because like I said, there's a lot of layering within that, right? Part of it's going to be the community engagement, the piece that you said about UNE, being able to help express certain issues, insights as they're hearing within the community and just the community at large. So we'll want to outline that for you all on the 12th.
Okay, so Mayor, Matt, would I have to amend my motion then for this to occur within the next 6 months after it's after we receive the outline on December 12th?
I can't recall how the motion was restated. It was my recollection that you said as soon as possible in your motion, so I don't know that a firm date was actually stated in the motion. Given the discussion at this point, you have the freedom to state your motion as you wish. It is, that is your prerogative as a council member for sure.
Well, I will amend my motion then to state that it is on the study session for December 12th, and that there is an ordinance drafted within the next 6 months.
All right, I have a motion and a second to have a study session on December 12th to discuss housing inspection program and have an ordinance drafted within 6 months. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Kim.
So I think part of that study session, Mr. Rogers, Mr. Hayter as well, just make sure, I think kind of what to Mayor Pro Tem's point too is ensuring that we're also communicating with the United New Economy Group when it comes to coming up with something for the study session.
Councilmember Noble.
I wanted to note that I accept the motion maker's amendment as the seconder.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
I was just wondering if it would take that long, 6 months, or if it could be done in a shorter period of time, say 3 or 4. Just because the people who are living this can't wait that long, really can't. And 6 months just seems to be a really long period of time to me, but if it can't be done in less time than that, I'll live with it, but, if it could be done in a shorter period of time, I'd really like to see that happen.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I think it's a valid discussion to have, but it's not a simple one because I think we have to involve CHAFA and we have to involve all those that currently have inspection processes at the state level, which we would then be competing with, if you will. or at least needing to align with. And so I think they have to be involved and have to be at every meeting as well.
All right, motion and a second. Everybody who has requested to speak has had an opportunity to do so. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Is there any other administrative council business? That's different. Seeing none, we'll revert back to our agenda as posted, and we're going to go to proclamations. I'd like to invite Nancy Flock, Economic Development Specialist, to introduce the proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. I'm Nancy Flock, Economic Development Specialist, and I'm pleased to be here this evening to share that November 26th is National Small Business Saturday. This national initiative was founded in 2010 in the midst of a recession, and over the past decade, Small Business Saturday has become an important part of the busiest shopping season. The proclamation before you encourages residents to support local shops and restaurants and recognizes the efforts put forth by Commerce City small businesses, which are an important component of the city's economy. It's also my pleasure to introduce you to local small business owners that are here with us tonight representing all the small businesses in Commerce City. Lauren Shevchenko owns and operates the Royal Cookie Company, which is a home-based cookie bakery specializing in exceptional soft-baked cookies that come in a variety of flavors, including seasonal options and cookies stuffed with peanut butter or Nutella, which can be delivered right to your front door. Fun fact about her business is that Royal is spelled with 2 L's, and that's her maiden name, which makes for a catchy business name as well. The idea for her company came while participating in a charity bake sale for a food bank in 2017. And when she decided to create a business, she wanted to carry that spirit forward and make sure her business is giving back to those in need. For every bag of cookies sold, Royal Cookie Company donates 1 meal to the food bank of the Rockies, and this month that will be doubled per bag of cookies sold. Lauren was also the recent recipient of one of the scholarships that was available to Commerce City businesses and startups from the North Metro Small Business Development Center's Leading Edge for Entrepreneurs course. The class focused on business planning and best practices. She now plans to implement strategies she learned and continue to drive her business forward. Also planning to join us this evening was Victor Verdugo Carvajal with Dulceria Candy Mex. Unfortunately, he had some unforeseen circumstances and cannot be here this evening. But the candy store is a family-owned small business storefront located at 7291 Monaco Street in the downtown Derby district of our city. They offer delightful chocolates and candies, piñatas to fill, unique ceramics, and other gifts. The store is open Monday through Saturday from 10 to 7, and the family came up with the idea to open up a candy store from feelings of nostalgia they experience when enjoying the flavors of various Mexican candies or using traditional colorful ceramics at the kitchen table. They believed that other residents in the area could also relate and also saw an opportunity to share something new with anyone that didn't happen to grow up eating these candies. So let's celebrate and support local entrepreneurs like these and many others that make Commerce City a sweet place by kicking off the holiday shopping season through purchases at our city's independently owned and operated shops and restaurants on Small Business Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, would you please read the proclamation?
Whereas the City of Commerce City joins in the national effort to promote and recognize Small Business Saturday on November 26, 2022. And whereas, according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 33.2 million small businesses in the United States, creating nearly 2 out of every 3 jobs in the U.S. economy. And whereas the 2021 Small Business Saturday Insight Survey revealed that 78% of independent retailers said holiday sales are critical and will enable them to stay in business during the following year. And whereas there are over 1,700 businesses in Commerce City, and a majority of them are small businesses with less than 20 employees. And whereas Commerce City partnered with the Commerce City Chamber of Commerce to promote the city's independent retailers and restaurants to residents through an online market platform called Shop Where I Live. And whereas Commerce City celebrates and supports the diversity of small business throughout the city and all they do for the community. And whereas residents are encouraged to support Commerce City's independent small businesses on November 26th in recognition of Small Business Saturday. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Mayor Huseman, on behalf of the City of Commerce City, hereby declares November 26, 2022 as Small Business Saturday in Commerce City, and encourage all residents to join in celebrating our country's diversity and continue the efforts to create a world that is more just, peaceful, and prosperous for all.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem,
Make a motion to approve the proclamation.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Is there any discussion? Just like to say thank you to our staff for bringing this forward, as well to all the small businesses that make our community whole. Majority of businesses that do exist in Adams County are small businesses and the lifeblood of this community, and greatly appreciate their contribution that they do for our economy as well as for the services they provide. With that, I'd like to have a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, and let's all go down and take a picture. No. All right, next up is notice council business. We have understanding regulatory cost increases on the cost of living. I'll invite Councilmember Hurst to introduce his item.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and read the motion as I presented it to get on the agenda. I'd like to run a motion to have the city collectively outline the regulatory changes that city council has made in 2021 and 2022 and what we are considering in 2023. In the outline, I would like to see a table that not only outlines the regulatory changes, but also the anticipated cost per unit that each one brings, and then those total costs, what those total costs may be. I'd like to see a low and high end estimate and the intended outcome of those regulations and the potential impacts of those decisions.
All right, we're going to cheat here for a second. Have a motion to have the city collectively outline the regulatory changes that the city council has made in 21-22 and what we are considering in 2023, and the outline to have a table that not only outlines the regulatory changes, but also anticipated cost per unit that each change brings and what those total costs may be, with a low and a high estimate and the intended outcome. Is there a second? Councilmember Dare?
Second.
I have a motion and a second for that discussion. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to offer an amendment that the staff also provide the cost per home of city services, the cost per new home of city services as well.
All right, have an amendment to the motion to include an estimate of the cost of each home for city services to be provided, as well as a cost of each new home for city services to be provided. Is there a second to the amendment? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I'll second or accept.
I have a motion and a second to accept that amendment. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll vote on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously for the amendment. Are we good? Did you need something, Mr. Rogers?
Simply wanted to remind this council that as part of our most recent budget reappropriation, you all approved a study to look at the sustainable development growth model for the city. And as part of that scope, it is looking at the cost of a new home with respect to our capital infrastructure and as it relates to our operations. It appears that the items that you are also bringing up fall somewhere within our scope, maybe not inherently identified, but something that we can go back to our consultant to see if we can weave in so that we're not having a duplicative process and that we're able to leverage their expertise in this matter so that you all have accurate estimates and understanding the analysis and the data behind that.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. All right, I have a motion and a second on an amended motion. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I'm going to finish more of the narrative piece of what I turned in. So I continue to hear comments that Commerce City costs too much to, and that they are charging too much for housing. We are a huge part of they as a council, and the regulations that we are considering or have passed all have great intentions, but as proposed as standalone issues, the regulations that many of us see as positives and support, but collectively in front-end costs, they're driving up the cost of living for all of our residents. It does not take a residential real estate expert to recognize with new housing prices going up, it impacts all others in the area. Although many have made good money on the valuation increases in our community, our actions are only furthering the gap of affordability within our community. We are all in the 80022 area code, and the comparable pricing occurs within the area code and the factors that the property, and comparable pricing occurs within the area code and then factors the property differences to add, subtract from a comparable recent sale price. As we continue to add regulatory costs to each new build, we are impacting cost of living across the board. Rents, leases, home prices, and supporting costs all increase with these market impacts.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much. I will support this motion, but not on the basis of that argument. I think it would be interesting information to have and also to compare with other cities, both in terms of the regulatory matters and city services. We here all know that the city got terribly far behind in the last 20 years when it came to fees that other cities charge and are necessary fees in order for cities to function and for the development to function as well. I would like to think that builders are passing along their savings of being in Commerce City to their buyers, but I'm not absolutely confident that they're doing that. I'll also point out that, in 2019, there was an increase in mills for one of the metro districts from 50 to around 69. And so, yes, the city council can contribute to it, but that, in that particular case, was a benefit to the developer. It was not in benefit to the city. So I have a question for the staff also. Can a developer reduce the mills in a city-approved service plan whenever they decide to?
Just to make sure I understood you correctly, ma'am. The question is, can the developer or a metro district choose to amend their service plan to lower a mill levy?
Correct.
Yes, but obviously there's certain extenuating circumstances around that we may not be privy to that they would have to undertake, whether or not they've issued debt, whether or not they've taken on elections. But in theory, yes. And in application, yes. And depending upon their service plan, it may or may not. The majority I've seen would still require some level of council approval. But once again, it's something that we would have to look at with each service plan that came in, or a request or being notified thereof.
Okay, that's good to know. Then in that case, will your study also include a comparison to projects in other cities and where we stand when it comes to existing projects and the mills that they're charging, that they're levying?
I believe that's part of our scope of work, is to look at comparatively how we stack up with other municipalities when thinking about the total impact. That being said, we are at a perfect timing, given that we have just kicked off on this project, that if we need to amend the scope and if there's any dollars to include additional analysis for the city council, we can do such. So like I said, it's perfect timing with this item coming up and where we stand with this consultant to be able to make any changes necessary to cover the breadth of this discussion.
That would be good, because if a builder is working in Commerce City or a developer, and we have a set price on regulations that's far less than, say, in some other city, are they literally passing on the savings to the buyers, or are they factoring that into their own personal profit margin? I think that's something that's important also, because a less expensive home may be built out of less expensive materials, less expensive fixtures, less expensive flooring, and so forth. So there's a lot that goes into this, and I'm so glad that Council Members Hurst and Madera have raised this issue, because I think it's really something that we need to take a look at in terms of how we compare and why this is the situation that it is. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
So kind of trying to understand as far as the reason for this, right? And of course, over the weekend, as I was thinking about it and reading more and more into it, I decided to look at metro districts. I looked at my house specifically, and I know, I don't know if this was the intent for Councilmember Hurst. However, let me just break it down, okay? So I see it on my screen, I've got the math up already. So currently within North Range Metro District 1, I pay 88.306 mills, and that equates out to about $3,234.65 a year, okay? So, and I started thinking to myself, okay, well, my current actual value for my home right now stands at $512,346. So I said to myself, what would it look like if I removed the Metro District off of there? So I did that. Removing that $3,000 cost. I also decided to add in an extra $70,000 on top of my actual value, making it out to $582,346, because that $70,000, you figure that's infrastructure costs and whatnot, right? So kind of going more into details on that, just want to let you know. So adding that $70,000, I'm going to be personal here a little bit. I pay $1,702.93 currently monthly for my mortgage on my home. That includes the Metro District. You remove that out of there, and of course you do some math. At the end of the day, it looks like I'd probably be saving about $218.85 a month. So you want to talk about savings per year, it equates out to about $2,626.24 because of the current Metro District I'm in. And that's adding the $70,000, mind you. Now, since Councilmember Hurst did bring this up, I decided to go ahead and, thanks to the Adams County Assessor page, kind of just doing the math on here as well. Won't go into details, but if you got rid of your 47 mills, right, for the Metro District, you're looking at about, and it's a little smaller amount, about $679.83 in savings if a Metro District did not exist. That's all.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to concur with Councilmember Noble's observations.
Councilmember-
So I feel like this is, the regulatory cost increases were looked at as a way of delivering a better product to homeowners, not to increase the cost of living, which I really don't see this as having any bearing on the cost of living. It's a one-time cost. It is something that I would feel like the home builders would want to give the new homeowners with those assurances that they're getting a better product. We have to understand that this market that we're seeing has been driven up by cash investors, many of those being hedge fund people from Wall Street. And so a house that was a few years ago only $200,000 is suddenly $500,000 and up. And so I don't see that this has any bearing on the cost of living. I feel that it's just in the best benefit of the people who look to live here in a quality community for a lifetime.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're all talking about the same thing, so I'd like to further clarify what I was talking about, because I have no will to talk further about metro districts, because nothing that we can do will change the current metro districts that we all live under. There's not a single thing. And so we haven't talked about that. We've talked about future builds potentially having different metro districts, but nothing about where we currently live in our current state. So we can't eliminate metro district taxes because our regulations that we're proposing aren't doing that. What I'm talking about is if we do eliminate, then how does that impact our current stock of housing? And I'll tell you. So if you talk about that 70,000, okay, so now you build a house without a metro district, and across the street in 80022, your comparable is now 70,000 more for the same 4-bedroom house that's 2,000 square feet. So now your front end cost to get into that is 70,000 more. You're artificially inflating my value of my house across the street, and therefore I'm then paying higher taxes. But okay, I got that extra valuation, but so are we mad that the value of our community is going up, or are we mad at the cost of living here? And quite honestly, you remove that metro district tax, and guess who's paying the bill? We are, the city. The taxes that we would be paying for the infrastructure and the bonds that we're not even legally allowed to take out due to the vote that happened in 1999. And so we'd be paying for it through an NIGID, or we'd be paying for it through another special district. What I'm suggesting is the regulatory front-end costs will artificially inflate the rest of the real estate market for 80022, and we will all feel those impacts, those of us that are currently living here, because we are going to be operating under a different model than all of our homes were built under. So yes, it does impact our real estate market. And yes, when you look at collectively the value of the residential area, that is how CHFA sets rent rates. That is how landlords set rent rates. So yes, it impacts every single person in Commerce City, because the value that we are artificially creating by generating a whole different structure will impact all of us, and it'll impact us forever. There's two sides to this. I'm not saying what you guys are saying is incorrect, but what I am saying is me and several of my neighbors don't ever buy a house in Commerce City because we wouldn't have allowed ourselves to purchase a house for that much money. I could have bought a house for $150,000 more than I purchased a house for. That's what I was approved for, but doesn't mean I wanted that monthly payment. We would have never moved here. Me and lots of young families would have never moved to Commerce City without metro districts. So if we want to talk about those, we can go deep into the details of how this impacts. But upfront regulatory costs have as big of an impact on the current housing market as it does the future market. And so we really have to understand this, and we have some significant votes coming, and if we don't have a full understanding, we're cheating our residents.
Councilmember Kim.
The only thing I want to make a comment on too is back to those numbers that I came up with, right, is the fact that with the current, you're right, current metro districts, obviously, we can't do nothing about, but we also know those current metro districts that's in there, I don't know, on average, what, 40 years? 40 years on the span for the life of the loan compared to 30 years on a home. I'm thinking to myself that, that savings of $218 a month, I know I'd rather pay that into the more force of my home where I know for a fact it's going to end in 30 years versus a Metro District bond that I know that can be refinanced over and over again. That's all.
Mr. Rogers?
I simply want to be able to say, I appreciate and thank council on what I would call is a very challenging and a very complex and a very serious discussion. I think we all can agree that there is time to look at how we evolve as a city, particularly in and around the fees that, come due to development and the impacts to existing residents, but also future. And I think, just to reiterate, I think this proposal of the study that we're doing and that we're kicking off, I think will give you all a lot of credible information to continue to have this deliberation. Obviously, we've brought forward to you all a discussion around impact fees. We brought forward to you all a discussion around added cost to a house by our international building code. Looking at those in a vacuum, looking at those in a silo, minuscule, peanuts maybe. But when you start to look at them in the comprehensive, what does that mean? What does that mean to the city? What does that mean to the community? What does that mean to the decision makers in which, we are setting and charting a path? So it may be, once again, my professional opinion, you may want to, as you're tackling these larger discussions about impact fees, increasing the cost of a house based on international building code, you may want to couple this study with those numbers and figures that we've got running in parallel so that, you're making a decision in the comprehensive. So I bring this up because there's been a lot of decision points asked for us to bring forward at the end of this year. Impact fees being one. We've had very healthy conversations in and around impact fees across a number of different meetings, and still much more work to be done. This discussion today adds to that. But I think to be fair to you all, to be fair to the community about what those costs are and where we're heading for our own fiscal health, I would recommend coupling all that together so that you have a very clear and vivid picture.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. I have a motion and a second to have a study on regulatory fees and the impact on housing prices has been amended, and the amendment is approved to include the cost of each house on city services. Everybody that is requested to speak has been given an opportunity to speak.
I need
Therefore,
clarification, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Noble?
Mr. Rogers, when is that study you're discussing coming back?
Mr. Borgelli, what did we have as the intended deadline for that scope of work to be completed? We don't have that handy. We would have to check, ma'am. I would anticipate somewhere between a range of 6 to 8 months because it is quite complex. But that's my initial take on it.
Are you suggesting that we postpone all votes on all regulatory items until that study comes back? That's what I'm unclear on.
I'm talking more about your impact fees. We're required by a certain law to have to adopt building code or energy code requirements, but you electively can take or make a decision on impact fees, whether that's this month, next month, or 6 months from now. If you all want to be able to have a clear picture about the impact and what we're recommending for fees, there's still the philosophical conversation that we have to have with you all as, are we 100% cost recovery? Are we 70% cost recovery? Are we competitive with others? And then looking at that with other fees stapled on top of that. We can still do that if that's the council's direction, but if we're talking in what I'm hearing today, you're asking about what does this look like when I put this with this and then I put it with this? And do we want to get ahead of ourselves with one thing versus the other, or do we want to look at it in the grand scheme of things? Like I said, we will do what the council desires, but like I said, I'm hearing from this conversation today that that is critically important information around certain decision-making that you want to move forward with. Can we get some information earlier? Possibly, but just wanted to share that with you, ma'am.
We've had at least 3 impact fee sessions, probably, and the other communities have always been, what the other communities are charging have always been part of that conversation.
In impact fees, yes, they've always been a part of that conversation. I will say the conversations we've had on the impact fees, we have been tasked to conduct additional work and trying to strike a balance of what is that impact on a single-family residential, new home coming in? What is the impact on the carrying cost of the commercial, and what is the right mark we hit there? Like I said, that is only one bucket of fees that we're looking at. You may remember, our impact fee is also associated with a user fee. A user fee study that we are conducting and will be bringing forward to you all in the January timeframe, February timeframe, is actually looking at the cost of the time each staff member in certain departments is spending on different application types. So what's the hours and the cost associated of a planner or an engineer or a parks member with various programs? Do we need to increase those? Because those are what we can actually charge to be able to generate revenue, to be able to add resources. But do we want to do that? Because that also is looking at the offset of an impact of a home on city services. So that's why I say there's all of these moving pieces that putting them together will work as a functioning mechanism. But if we take impact fees versus user fees versus the building code fees, there may be having then to circle back on certain decisions. So once again, council can continue to express its desires and we will continue to move forward. But I'd be remiss if I didn't share my opinion on what I'm hearing today.
Clarification, please. Are you suggesting that this motion asking for this information is different than the study you're doing? Or is this motion duplicative? Because if this motion is going to get answers 6 or 8 months down the road, then it's no different than the study, and we theoretically don't need to vote on this motion. But if this motion gets it done sooner, then it would make it worthwhile.
Yeah. Right now, we have it slated, so there's pieces, there's bits and bobbles of what I'm hearing tonight that we can add into our scope. We can go back, have that conversation, adjust our scope, see what that cost may be. But in the main, what you all are discussing tonight is what we're already looking at.
Okay, then, excuse me, motion makers, were you anticipating an answer in 6 or 8 months?
My intent was to make sure that we include very important aspects of understanding the regulatory costs associated. And it is not my understanding that the current study that we approved during the budget making session was going to look at the regulatory changes, recent regulatory changes, or any of those impacts. And so I want to make sure we understand what we're voting for, what the potential impacts are. I could be completely wrong, and I'm okay with that. I want to know. I think we're making some very long-term decisions, and I feel misinformed. Even though I have some gut feelings, they're different than other people's gut feelings. I'd like to see the data. I'd like to see why.
I understand why you'd like to do it. I'm asking if your motion is what Mr. Rogers is saying, or if you are different. Are you expecting an answer on your, because I'm trying to decide how to vote. Is your motion going to, are you putting a time? You want it back by when?
It was not presented as to be cohesive with the study that is currently happening. I'm willing to compromise that since we already have resources going towards that. I'm not asking to create a standalone study on its own. If the realistic expectation to get answers back is 6 to 8 months while adding these additional items to that study, I'm okay with that because I think it's serious enough to where that's probably how long it is gonna take to get real data, information, community feedback from our business community as well as our residential community, and understand how those impacts may impact not only the future residents of Commerce City, but all those living here today.
If I may, just to clarify, we have 5 months within our scope of work, but something that you all may want to further entertain, and we were going to bring this forward to you all at some time in the near future, but that we were also looking at establishing a citizens advisory committee as well as part of this study because of that critical feedback and that stakeholder participation.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay.
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 Motion's going to pass 5-3. All right, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, or non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 5 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anybody on council wish to remove an item off the consent agenda? All right, I am actually going to pull Resolution 2022-108. Looking for a motion, any second, to approve the consent agenda as amended. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Dare.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Resolution 2022-78, a resolution authorizing the First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Lotus Engineering and Sustainability, LLC, to provide sustainability services. Resolution 2022-101, a resolution authorizing award of contract for design and construction services for the remodel of the Eagle Point Recreation Center kitchen to DSRW Enterprises Incorporated, DBA Callahan Construction Services. Resolution 2022-103, a resolution authorizing execution of an intergovernmental agreement by and between the City of Commerce City and the Colorado Department of Transportation for signal head and backplate replacements. Resolution 2022-104, a resolution authorizing execution of intergovernmental agreement by and between the City of Commerce City and the Colorado Department of Transportation for 112th Avenue in Havana and 72nd and Locust improvements. Your vote is open.
All right, motion carries unanimously, 8-0, 1 excused absence. I have Resolution 2022-108. Could we get a member of staff to brief us exactly what is being asked of here?
I'd be happy to do that, Mr. Mayor. So just for your edification, we do have a couple representatives from Metro Wastewater here this evening as well. But basically, in 2021, we entered into an intergovernmental agreement and a number of agreements with Metro Wastewater for that interceptor project for the wastewater line that is going from the south of the city up to the north. And associated with that is an easement to access those properties, obviously. And they came to us seeking to have that access easement changed in a way that would make it easier for them because they wouldn't have to build an access road to basically leverage an existing 2-track to get to some of that, to get to some of the access areas. So the purpose of this amendment here, or this resolution, is simply to approve the amendment to the non-exclusive access agreement that's also in your packet this evening. Simply, basically doing so by modifying the legal description to open that up to a different route, and then eliminating the route that was previously granted to them.
Okay, thank you. So this is going to benefit them by reducing their costs?
Well, I hope it reduced their costs. I think that's going to benefit them in that way. And I think it's going to be easier for them, and it should have a lesser impact on city properties as well.
Okay. Have we figured out a cost of how much the little snafu that occurred at 104th Avenue is costing the city?
I don't know if the city manager has a answer to that, but I do believe that our representatives from Metro Wastewater are prepared to speak on that issue if asked.
Okay, I'd like to hear on that.
That would be appropriate from Metro Wastewater on the cost associated in the work coordination.
So Mr. Craig Simmons and Mr. Todd Hopkins are here from Metro Wastewater District.
Yes, good evening. Craig Simmons. The access easement that we are asking for is actually smaller than the one that we had prior to this. We were originally trying to observe a two-track road that led us to our wastewater easement, and the two-track road is not there anymore. There's a better way to get to the easement now, and we'd like to change the route to that better route. And as far as our costs, there shouldn't be any change in cost for us to access it in the new way as opposed to the old way. There's really not much difference in the length of the easement, not an appreciable length.
All right, thank you. My question on cost actually stemmed from the snafu that occurred at 104th Avenue that inconvenienced tens of thousands of residents in Commerce City, and the damage that was done to our roadway, the damage that was done to a sanitary sewer line, the road impacts that was caused by having one lane closure for the last 2 weeks. So has all that cost been calculated by the city to figure out how much it's displaced us, and are we being reimbursed for those costs?
Not to my knowledge. We repaired the road, and as of today, it's back to its former state. There was some public inconvenience, as you all probably saw, but as of today, it's back to where it originally was.
Okay, so for the city manager's office, did we incur additional costs from this?
I would expect no, and we can get a more detailed answer from Public Works, but I would expect no more than any other incident that may have been with one of our roadways, with just the extent of time and coordination of staff response.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to continue Resolution 2022-108 to a time after which the city can determine what those costs are and whether or not we will get any reimbursement from Metro Wastewater for the inconvenience and the additional strain that's put on our city resources. Mayor Pro Tem,
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to continue Resolution 2022-108. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Thank you, sir. Let's go ahead and take about a 7-minute recess. All right, we'll reconvene our meeting. We're going to move on to ordinances on first reading of ordinance 2432, amending the LDC sign regulations. Do any council members have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2432 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Noble?
Thank you, yes. I noticed that on 104th, at a new apartment building at 104th and Landmark, there is a neon sign. How is an apartment building with a neon sign facing a residential area under our ordinance? I think it's a Vista.
Jim or Steve, if you can come up to the, there you go. Thank you, my good man.
Is it digital or is it neon?
Neon.
Let us investigate that. It may have appeared without permits, or we'll check it to make sure and let you know.
Even digital would be a question in that section. I can understand signs like this if you're in a commercial area, but this isn't, you know, I don't see it as a commercial area. So that's, well, my question is, what is our sign ordinance when it comes to this kind of stuff? It's bright. It's
Without
very
having
bright.
it in front of me, I really can't give you an
Yeah.
answer, but I'll check and get with you.
Okay, sounds
and let
good.
you know.
But you don't know if there's anything in our sign, or we're voting on the sign ordinance right now, right?
Hold on, our consultant is checking. We probably didn't change that, but.
Making a war plan.
So in reading what we have that's coming forward, it would not be allowed to be visible or glare onto any outside property, public property. So let us check that one, let us check the current code, and if there is something we need to do, we'll come back to you before second reading with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2432 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the
I
motion.
have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2432 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2432, first reading of an ordinance amending the Land Development Code of the City of Commerce City by the comprehensive revision of Article 8, therefore thereof concerning regulations on signs. Your vote is open. Councilmember Noble.
Motion carries unanimously 8-0, one excused absence. We're going to move on to ordinance 2452, amending the LDC lodging establishment requirements. Due to the number of amendments to ordinance 2423, city staff is presenting a new ordinance on first reading. Do any council members have any questions for staff? Seeing that, I have a question for staff. Nothing in our lodging establishment requirements is addressing, nothing in this ordinance is addressing short-term rentals?
That's correct. There was a lot of drafting that kind of went back and forth to make sure that that was not going to be addressed by this, because that was something that previously did not want to address. So this does not address short-term rentals. Last time this came before council, as it appears like in the resolution you see there in the clauses, it does discuss the fact that previously this came on first reading and was amended, but because of the The amendment that was provided was more direction than specific language, so that required a little different analysis and to get under the hood with a couple other different sections of the code. So that's why it's back in front of you on first reading. But to directly answer your question, it does not affect or have any attempt to regulate short-term rentals.
Thanks, sir. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2452 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Dare.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2452 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2452, first reading of an ordinance amending sections 21-5200, 21-5248, and 21-11200 of the Land Development Code relating to land use table, definitions, and supplement regulations for lodging establishments by amending the lodging room minimum and creating consistency in the land use table. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 8-0 with one excused absence. We're going to move on to ordinances on second reading. We have ordinance Zulu 860 for the Commons at 104th, First Amendment to the PUD zone document. This ordinance was not approved unanimously, therefore not placed on the consent agenda. So any council members have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve ordinance Z-860-07-08-18-22 on second and final reading. Councilmember Ford. Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance Z-860-07-08-18-22 on second and final reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance Z-860-07-08-18-22, second and final reading of an ordinance approving Commons at 104th First Amendment PUD zone document to allow additional land uses and their associated bulk standards for the property generally located at the southeast corner of Potomac Street and East 104th Avenue. Your vote is now open.
Motion carries 5-3, one excused absence. All right, we're going to move on to reports. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. First, starting out, economic development, just to let you all know, we have purchased a 4-page gatefold to market Commerce City in the Site Selectors Magazine, Colorado Investment Guide. This will give us some added exposure for the city for various real estate markets. In addition to that, we have also requested to be added as a sponsor at the 2023 Site Selector Guild Conference. At the same time, staff is also in the process of updating our city commercial development opportunity brochure, which is with our community relations and print status. For public works, 104th, as noted earlier, is back open and fully operational. That being said, we will be restarting work on replacement of buckled concrete panels with the use of 2K contingency funds. As you all know, we had 2 storms, number 2 and number 3 of the year, that occurred on Tuesday and then Thursday and Friday, respectively. We had crews fully deployed, preemptive the storm, and were activated on 24-hour shifts. So hopefully you all were able to see the benefits of that deployment by our public works staff out there. Post-storm, we did notice that there were some pothole patches and other necessary asphalt repairs, such as the Hines Way, that needed to be taken care of. We've also begun to replace various signs that came down during the storm. And while touching on that topic, no parking signs along Niagara have started to be installed. You all probably seen out in our atrium that we are beginning to install the holiday tree inside the Civic Center and hanging bows outside of the Civic Center for that Yuletide spirit. The wire span at 96th Avenue, if you all have driven down that roadway today, you may have noticed that the poles for the temporary solution, the wire span traffic signal, started to be installed. We hope to have that completed by the close of business tomorrow, with that curing over the holiday weekend, then with the actual traffic control cabinet and equipment and signals going in next week. So we're still looking good for the November 30th date. A couple of other things to share with you all. Obviously, as you know, we have the A1 Organics Commerce City Green Waste event. We had 2 days this past quarter, October 22nd and November 12th. October 22nd, we had 52 cars with about 140 cubic yards of material. And then in November 12th, we had 89 cars with 230 cubic yards of material. So good turnout for both days with respect to those events. And respectfully, thank you to PW. They reminded me that with the Landmark Academy, a work order has been generated to install parking restriction signs along Nicholas Street. We anticipate that this past week or this week as well, that notification will be sent out to the property owners as to the installation of those signs. And those signs are proposed to be located between Heartland and 106th Place along Nuclear. We are also going to be looking at other improvements to help improve pedestrian access to and from the school. PRG staff obviously made us aware of potential open space grant awards next Tuesday. Fairfax Park being one project, the other project being Stampede Park. Fairfax Park is to be awarded $375,000 for the replacement of existing playground, new playground, the removal of an existing vault restroom with plumbed restrooms, and the addition of a structure for seasonal and portable restrooms. For Stampede Park, we're looking at playground replacement, restroom replacement with plumbed restroom, improving the existing irrigation system, and the addition of a basketball court. Can't say that I'm a little bit excited about that one. And then last weekend, we had the Commerce City Dance Program hosted at the annual Winter Dance Recital at Adams City High School. The theme was A Fairy Tale. A total of 140 dancers with 671 spectators participated in the 3 mini recitals for this year. The recital was a great way for families to kind of kick off the Thanksgiving and holiday season. Last but not least, I just want to share a reminder with council that this upcoming Monday, we will have city attorney interviews. So looking forward to that. And that as of the date, our police chief position closes this Sunday, November 27th, at close of business or at the end of the day. And so far, we've received 17 applications for the position. And then actually lastly, given the short week in the upcoming Thanksgiving holiday, there will be no CM update going out at the end of this week. And with that, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Rogers? Councilmember Noble?
Mr. Rogers, you commented on the Nicholas Street issue and that there would be no parking signs going up?
Yes, ma'am. Only resident parking.
Oh, okay, good. Resident parking, because don't want to start a new issue
ma'am.
if they can't park on the street. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'll be happy to learn that.
I do believe that you had a question regarding December 19th.
Thank you, Mayor. Much appreciate that. I actually have 2 dates. December 19th, as we were looking at our various schedules, we have a very flexible agenda, not many items, but we can have items on that day. However, we do know that is the meeting before the Christmas holiday. So not knowing what council's expectation was, thought, well, let's ask and take appropriate actions there forward. Particularly some of the items that we were thinking about being scheduled. One was being impact fees, but based on discussions tonight, you may elect not to. If we do not have a meeting in December, I would request a special meeting to be determined based on our December 12th meeting for a special meeting associated with either our 2nd or 4th January study session so that we can be able to conduct some business. Based on the dates identified, the 2nd and I believe the 17th, those are both recognized holidays by the city. So we wouldn't be able to take up initial, I'll call it action and various needs until February.
We told a developer who asked for a continuance on their case that we wouldn't be able to hear that case until February. So I think it's bad form to turn around and cancel a meeting in December whenever that's hanging out there. So if we have an agenda that is open enough for action items to take place, then it would be my suggestion we invite that developer to come present on December 19th for their public hearing, is the first available time, which is what we had promised to try to do. So that would be my suggestion. We continue to have our meeting on the 19th with that invitation out to that developer. Any other council members have any opinions on that? Mayor Pro Tem?
I agree on December 19th. I have no problems with that.
Good? All right. That take care of the January question?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you much. Mr. Hayter?
I don't have anything to report tonight. Thank you. Any questions?
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Hayter? Councilmember Kim?
So, Mr. Hayter, I know you and I talked briefly just earlier today, but regarding the, what was brought up at the last city council meeting regarding the moratorium on metro districts, is that something that would, is that going to come before like a study session, or is that going to come over through?
So for those of you on the dais, Councilmember Kim asked me about this earlier before the meeting, and in the interim period, I was able to get a little update on the status of that, because it was something that I had asked outside counsel to do a bit of work for me on. And I anticipate at this time, as long as it fits on the agenda, that we can have that in front of you at the next regular council meeting, so 2 weeks.
Any other questions for Mr. Hayter? Seeing none, any council members wish to make a report? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Last Thursday, I had the honor to be present, since the mayor was out of town, and be here at the Civic Building with the acting Chief Myers to participate in swearing in of there was 4 new Commerce City officers, so I'd like to welcome them. That was a really exciting event, and to see that there's 4 new officers now in the city working for us. Then on Saturday, I did attend the United New Economy event at the Eagle Point Rec Center, and like I mentioned earlier, the UNE members were present, and to hear the resident testimonials. And then I forgot to mention a couple weeks ago that on November 9th, I did have a ward tour with the mayor, our acting city manager, Mr. Rogers, and our admin clerk, Annette Peters, and it was really nice to take a ride around my ward and see what's going on. So that's all I have for my report. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, last week was the first in-person DRCOG meeting in ages, well, besides the annual. I think it's really good for us to continue to participate in DRCOG, both from the city council perspective, but also really just working with this, the city staff, working with DRCOG staff, because they have a lot of good transportation programs that I think we could probably align our city with a little bit better. Also one that focuses on our aging or senior population, and really, helping them get to and from doctor's appointments and possibly other important locations around the city. So I do think DRCOG has more to offer, or for us to work with them on. And I, just being there last week and listening to all that's going on in the amendments to the TIP and everything else, it really just triggered that that thought about, what DRCOG's there for, and what all we should be utilizing for as a city. And with our growth and then our kind of attachment to the metro, I think it's something that we should be, I'm not saying we're not working with DRCOG, but just constantly looking to align with them.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This week, I attended the Suncor air emissions air monitoring update via Zoom. My question got rejected. I wanted to know how much they had invested this year in reducing emissions, but apparently it was not applicable to the event itself. And then I was signed up for the Suncor air emissions, air monitoring update at the Eagle Point Recreation Center for the seniors. They were going to give them Thanksgiving dinner from 4:30 to 5, and then they would have a presentation from Suncor. But alas, that was canceled because of snow. And I participated in a discussion with the senior consultants that the city has hired to help determine what the city can do to meet the needs of the senior community. And finally, on Saturday, I was part of the meeting that was held by tenants in Commerce City involving United for a New Economy. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor Huesman. I had the honor of attending the National League of Cities this last week. And I am so glad that the city afforded me that opportunity. I would like to thank both Emily and Annette for making my trip smooth. That was very helpful. So thank you always for your quick responses and making my trip less strenuous and free of anxiety. But I learned so much attending this conference. I realized that a lot of the problems that we're having here in the city stretch nationwide. And by working with other cities, I think that we can come to resolve some of the issues that we're facing. Our culture has led us in the wrong direction, and we revere the people that we feel are influential and powerful, and we dismiss the people who count the most. And that has got to change. So I will be trying to put some kind of cohesive report together to report back to all of you with my takeaways from that conference. I wasn't able to do that because I just got back yesterday, and it was exhausting, to say the least. But I will be trying to put that together. There's a lot of money that's coming down from the federal government that we should be accessing and taking advantage of. We definitely need to look into someone who can take on the position of a grant writer. If those monies are available, we should be accessing them. We do not need to be left behind as we have been in the past. So let's take action. I am meeting with our acting city manager this week before the Thanksgiving holiday. So I thank you, Mr. Rogers, for giving me that opportunity. And because I want to act on things. I don't want them to pass us by any longer. And they shouldn't be. We deserve the best. We are Commerce City. We owe that to our citizens. I was able to attend the Cultural Council meeting by Zoom on Tuesday night, but the rest of my nights were spent engaging with people from other cities and learning from them. And I can't tell you how much I appreciated the opportunity to do that and to bring this back to our city and our citizens. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim?
So obviously, for the past week and a half, I was not feeling well, so my apologies to the entire council staff for not being here for a study session as much as I wanted to. I did watch the Zoom meeting for the study session last Monday. Received a lot of good input, a lot of good feedback on that. Thank you very much. Later on the week, met with Ms. Doreen Falcon from HR. Just want to say thank you. Shout out to her to help me get in process as quick as possible. Really appreciate it. And then, of course, I was excited, kind of matched the same level of excitement that Mr. Bill Aiken had, our Director for Urban Renewal, who provided a 2.5, 3-hour virtual presentation to me with regards to urban renewal, and so excited to see what's going to come out of that here in the future as far as for our city's concerned. Luckily, I'm on the men's back as far as feeling much better. So if you are sick, stay away from me. That is all.
Any other council members? All right, I also spent the week at NLC. Appreciate everybody for the opportunity to go out there. I'll start with appreciation for Annette after driving all night to get there and being told that I couldn't check into my hotel room. One call to her and it was rectified in a matter of about 30 seconds. So thank you very much for dealing with that. You know, the biggest reason why I wanted to go is because I wanted to see the tiny home village that's been built by Community Veteran Project in order to house homeless veterans. And it was eye-opening to see the program that they've put together and everything that goes in it. Sat in on a presentation by Pallet Shelters, who you know, we've been briefed on before as far as they're working in Aurora and as an option here, you know, in our city as well. Some interesting things out of that whenever that conversation comes back around, I look forward to sharing that perspective on, you know, the small cities reception and the small cities council and those events are always good opportunities to network with the other communities. I think probably the one that I enjoyed the most was the first tier suburbs. And, you know, we, of course, you know, suffer of being in the shadow of our big brother sometimes and sharing some of those experiences and hearing some of the things that other communities similar to ours in the geographic location to bigger cities is going through was very beneficial. So overall, it was a very informative trip. And again, just appreciate everybody that put their hands into making sure that was possible for both Councilmember Douglas and myself, and look forward to those conversations going forward on what we can do to solve this pandemic of homelessness that we continue to see. Now the fun stuff. Sarcasm. Tonight we have 2 executive sessions. I'll ask for a motion and vote for each session separately. First, I'm looking for a motion and a second to enter into executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, subparentheses F, for the purpose of discussing personnel matters, specifically the acting city manager's appointment and possible interim appointment and the terms thereof, and if necessary pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, subparentheses E, for the purpose of determining negotiating positions and instructing negotiators with regard to such terms. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford. Have a motion and a second to enter executive session for the purpose stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Next up, looking for a motion and a second to enter into executive session pursuant to CRS section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, subparentheses B, for the purpose of conferring with the city attorney to receive legal advice with regard to the potential waiver of attorney-client communications in pending litigation against the city. Is there any discussion? Oh, wait, we need a motion first. Councilmember Ford? Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to go into executive session for that purpose. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. Motion will carry unanimously. We're now going to go into executive session. We will return from executive session in case council wishes to take any action. The meeting broadcast and recording will remain up. I apologize for the music that you're going to listen to. I know it's not the best. Sorry. It's estimated to last approximately 50 minutes. So that's 50 minutes of elevator music you get to listen to. Cheers. Hi, good evening again. Fortunately, it's not good morning at this juncture. Mr. Kim, I do believe you have a motion you'd like to make?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the city council waive the attorney-client privilege only with regard to the email dated Tuesday, April 5th, 2022, sent at 2:40 PM, authored by Harry Brennan, and sent to Chris Hodel and Jennifer Jones, subject line referencing PA-1 lot line adjustment.
You have a motion regarding waiving attorney-client privilege. Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to waive that attorney-client privilege. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion will carry unanimously. All right, at this time, I am looking for a motion to extend the acting city manager agreement with acting city manager Rogers for the period of 1 week out to December 5th. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to extend that acting city manager agreement by 1 week out to December 5th. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst. Excuse me. Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Are we good with this, Mr. Rogers?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks. Next, I'm looking for a motion and a second to direct staff to post a job posting for the city manager as an internal and to conduct interviews immediately upon the closing of that internal posting. Did I cover everything?
5 days.
5 days? 5 days. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second directing city staff to post a job opening for 5 days for city manager position with interviews to be conducted immediately upon closing. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I just want to, thank Acting City Manager Rogers for all the hard work he's done over the past couple of months and encourage you to apply for this posting.
Thank you, sir.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Kim?
I gotta say, I think you're great. I mean, there's a difference between a leader and a manager. I think you know this based off of a certain 4-star. And I gotta say, I think I would definitely encourage you to apply.
Thank you, sir.
Any other discussion? Funny thing, whenever I opened up the door and brought you to come back and talk to us, and as you got up to walk, I heard one of the staff members in here say, "You got this." And I think that really is indicative of the leadership that you brought to the organization, that the staff is standing behind you. And I think that that's really important in the decision that is being made by the city council to proceed in this direction. So obviously, I know you're going to apply for the position. And the only thing I'll continue to caution you on is be careful what you ask for. But I appreciate the conversations that we've had since you've been in the acting city manager role. I appreciate the work that you've been doing in that position. And most importantly, I appreciate what I've seen out of the staff and what I've seen their level of effort as a result of your leadership. So again, encourage you to apply for this position.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, council.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I didn't think so. With that being said, we are adjourned.